It's time for the Red Guild to strike the earth in Dwarf Fortress. Histories of cupidity and tenacity. We're on the precipice of the beginning of year 2 and the foundation of our first fortress for the Red Guild. Now, for full transparency, I've previewed the world multiple times. I've scouted locations, and I even tried to min-max the ultimate starting dwarf team. But the reality of that situation was I was spending hours upon hours of just reloading dwarves in a vain attempt to get the perfect 7 dwarves. And the reality is, you're never going to have perfect dwarves. Whether it's your original 7 or the migrants who come, there's always going to be dwarves who are better and dwarves who are worse. And so, we begin by starting a new game in an existing world. The world of Umamnar. The Dark Oblivion. Of course, I have both the backup save and the main save. There's no fortresses going on in either of these save files. Obviously, the backup save is going to be very vanilla, and I'm going to be creating additional backup saves per fortress. But right now, we're just going to enter the main save. Of course, much like last time, we have the same 4 options. Back to title menu, Legends, Adventure, and Fortress. And it's as basic as it gets. If you click back to title menu, it's going to take you back to the title menu. Legends, explore and investigate the history of the world as it stands. Events and other modes are incorporated here. Adventurer mode, directly control a single individual or party. Follow destiny, or strike out on your own. Explore, quest, fight, and perform. Visit your own retired and ruined settlements. Serve a deity, or become a creature of the night. You can play a sequence of fortresses and adventures in the same world. Uncover locations and artifacts for the benefit of your future fortresses. But since we are at the beginning of time, we're going to begin with a fortress. Embark with a group to start a settlement. Your citizens will build, mine, craft, trade, fight, and manage as you guide your outpost through its history. Design the shape and purpose of the fortress by issuing orders for the residents to follow. You can play a sequence of fortresses and adventurers in the same world. Migrants from retired and abandoned fortresses may come to visit, along with any surviving adventurers. And so we skip 2 weeks into the timeline. Quick start and short tutorial. Would you like your fortress located in a forested, mineral-rich region of this world where you can play through a short tutorial? Non-interactive help will be available whatever you decide. We are going to skip the tutorial. On your own. If this is your first time playing, please heed the embark warnings about aquifers, salt water, and other hazards. Some locations are challenging even for experienced players, and it will be a very short game indeed if you don't know how to deal with them. After you embark, help is available by pressing the help button in the top right corner, including all the tutorials. Okay. So, the first thing we do is we choose our origin civilization, and that is going to be the Red Guild, which is located in between these different mountains. And this mountain range is known as the Alchemical Teeth. And here we have the capital, Sterncrafted, and then the 2 hillocks of Submerged Bridged and Target Paint. So our origin is the Red Guild, And I've searched this region in the center many times. There's multiple locations that you could look at. There is a layer to the north, Cruel Scars, and another layer to the south, Heart Tamed, as well as a few caves, one to the east, Blossom Scars, and one to the west, Domosmesp, Subtle Echo, the Feral Tumor. So in this region, there's a lot of beauty. If we look closer, you can see there's a lot of woodlands, a lot of rivers, a lot of lakes, mountains. Up here we have cherry blossom style trees. And it's very heavily forested. It's warm to hot. The lands are considered to be fairly joyous. It's just a very beautiful, mirthful, and serene place. And so within this region, I've looked. I've scoured. Obviously, the first place I looked was at the pink. It's very eye-catching. There's rivers, there's mountains, there's pink trees you can have. Of course, there's the gold, there's the deep greens, the browns. But ultimately, what ended up catching my eye at first was this lake here in the center. Initially, I thought I would take the embark and I would do it here and have a large body of water in the center of my map. But I am not well versed in the use of aquifers and moving of water. I've had some very bad experiences in the past when it comes to those things. So, I decided to look elsewhere. I still wanted some water, but I wanted mountain range and I wanted trees. So, I started looking a little south, and I started scouting around here. This seemed like a good spot, but ultimately, I couldn't find anything that was really, hitting the perfect balance of elevation and depth. Because if you have too many aquifers, it is really hard to dig deep. So I started looking elsewhere. I started looking down these rivers where it started snaking. Of course, there's no trees here. But where are there snaking rivers and trees? Well, just further north. So up here, we have an S. And then we have a double S. But even further, we have a W. And between the W and the S's is the S that has both mountains and woodlands. And that is huge. But I've scouted this particular version of the map, and there is one issue I have with it, and that is pretty much the entire map is burdened by aquifers and minimal inclination. It's very flat terrain and a lot of water. But the nice little thing is if instead of having the S centered, we push it this way, so it's closer to the edge, and we have more of the lake behind us, to the west. Then not only do I get an S in the river, but I also get a naturally formed waterfall. And so this is going to be my first time with a fortress that has an S bend and a waterfall, let alone an S bend or a waterfall. I've done lake fortresses in the past, but I've never done an S bend or a waterfall with mountainous terrain as well. It's picturesque. And the second I realized what a beautiful region I'd found, I was fully committed. There's no other option other than this region of the Alchemical Teeth. It's temperate. It's thick with vegetation. It's wilderness. The trees are mirthful and heavily forested. Heavily forested. And this brook is known as the Joyous Knots. So, choose our embark zone. You've selected an area with a light aquifer. Water might need to be pumped out or carried away. We will confirm. Now, we could just hit play now and start immediately with the default skills, equipment, and animals, but we're not going to do that. We're going to prepare for the journey carefully. We're going to choose our own skills, our equipment, and our animals. Now, this is where I'm setting a small, simple rule for myself. 3 rerolls. That's all I'm going to take for myself. If I don't get a roll of dwarves that I like in 3 attempts, I'm going to accept what I got and move forward. So let's look at the current team. Stain's artwork and peace. Good analytical ability, high stamina, patient. Stain's harmony. Stain's truth and knowledge. High willpower, good spatial sense, high social awareness. Good focus. High stamina. Okay, see, the problem with this is I'm seeing a lot of orange. I don't like seeing this much orange. Because orange are negative traits, you know? White traits are neutral, green are good, orange, not good. And the fact that we got recover slowly, poor memory, frail, impatient, poor intuition and spatial sense, poor social awareness, these are not the dwarves I want to take. And so, we're going to return to the title screen. See, the nice thing about a YouTube stream is I can edit the stream and cut out all of the loading time. Oh! Those dwarves are even worse. Even worse. Alright. It looks like we've got some good dwarves. Out the gate, Olan disdains self-control. That's okay, but she's strong. She also disdains sacrifice. She recovers quickly. She is vain, but she's also patient. And then we have Cole. Disdains romance, good spatial sense, disdains harmony, good analytical ability, developed empathy, poor memory. We have Kadal. High social awareness, values sacrifice, disdains family, flights of fancy, musical, poor spatial sense. Then we have Nil, disdains craftwork, high kinesthetic sense, good memory, impatient, high stamina, disdains loyalty. Good analytical ability on Zuglar, disdains tranquility, depression prone. Oh, they're... Ooh. Ooh. Okay, no, this is such... That's a pretty powerful team. Even with the negatives. Okay. I've got my team. I have my team. All right. Here's what I'm gonna do real quick. Real quick. This is the team. This is absolutely the team. I like the team. Yeah, it's a good team. We're gonna come back and look at this in just a moment. I'm just gonna take the briefest of moments to go hit a blinker. Good old Blinky. Just gonna mute myself real quick. It's like I said, the nice thing about this being like a YouTube stream is I can edit the stream itself and cut out a lot of the bullshit down the line. I really thought I was gonna end up doing many rerolls on the dwarves. I thought I was gonna be a liar. Because I said a hard and fast rule. I'm only gonna reroll 3 times. Third time's gonna be the charm. First time, they were okay. The second time, they were ass. But this third time, they're great. They're actually a great team from what I'm seeing. And that's with 0 skills being dropped in, no items, no animals, nothing. Nothing! And that's got me pretty hyped. You know, when you get some good dwarves, you know, it's a good start. It's a real good start. And I like having good dwarves. Good dwarves, good fortress, good times. Okay. But I'm dilly-dallying. I know I am. Because I'm bad for that. I said I was going to go hit a blinker. I'm going to go do that. And then when I return, we will, we'll get to work. So I got to do a lot of planning on this end, you know? This is year 2. It's year 2 building towards, you know, actually embarking with the fortress, but there's a lot of planning. I don't do this stuff half-assed. The blinker has been blinked. The sleeper has awoken. Alright, so it's time to get the team rolling. To assemble our dwarves, to give them their skills, give them their items and their animals, everything that they need. So there's a few plans I have within this fortress. I don't have any particular architectural plans yet, other than the fact that we're building into a mountainside with a waterfall that leads down to the Joyous Brook. So, within this mountain fortress, there's a few things that I want. Obviously, I want a strong industry across the board to sustain my fortress. But this is something that I can acquire through immigration. By having migrants come to the fortress, they'll fill out the industry. Even if they don't have the skills, I can teach them those skills. So ultimately, I need to focus on how I want my first year, my first 6 months of the fortress to really look. So, before we assign any skills, any items, any animals, we're going to look at the 7 dwarves. But before we do that, we're going to look at the fortress name, the group name, and the group symbol. So the fortress name, it came to me in a dream, more or less. Now, Fountain Twinkle isn't a bad name out the gate on a fortress that's going to be built around water. But, by pure coincidence, I was messing around with the randomizer, and I got to a couple cool things. And I started thinking when I was at work, and I was laboring, what is a good name? Like even that, Grey Road, that is a great name. I do like Grey Road. But, the one that came to me in my dream is very simple. And that is the city of waters. And yeah, we're going plural. The city of Waters. Ineth Aral. And so we are the City of Waters. Now the group name. I'm not locked into anything in particular. You know, you want something that sounds like a group, a body of people. The Merchants of Winter. It's a pretty good name. I might come back to it. Ooh. That might be one. I wonder, can I do? Merchants. Yes. The Merchants of Guilds. Asmaldomas. I like that. Okay. So Ineth Aral, the City of Waters. Founded by the Merchants of Guilds. Asmaldomas. That's great. That's great. Now for a symbol. So we're using a river. There's going to be a lot of fishing. I'm thinking the River of Scales. This is a glowing metal slab. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. The slab reads, I am Reko Tostreon, Reko the Sprayed Gutters, once of the underworld. By Emtha, I bind myself to this place. And the River of Scales is burning. And then water, rainbow trout, since I've personally fished a fair amount of rainbow trout in my life. Rainbow trout. The rainbow trout is... The rainbow trout is impaled on the River of Scales. Yes, it is an image of the River of Scales, the glowing metal slab, and a rainbow trout. The River of Scales is burning. The rainbow trout is impaled on the River of Scales. And the name, I'm honestly just gonna call it the River of Scales, but we'll add a little spice to that. We'll add some heat. I'm just looking for red. I'm just looking for red. The Red River of Scales? For the Red Guild? Geyser Katak? Okay. Yeah. I like that. The Red River of Scales. It's an image of the River of Scales, the glowing metal slab, and a rainbow trout. The River of Scales is burning. The rainbow trout is impaled on the River of Scales. Done. And we are the merchants of guilds. On our way to find the City of Waters. Alright, those are the simple things. Done. Out of the way. Now, let's finally look at our dwarves. First, we have our expedition leader, Olan Ibrukrovad. Olan Ashen Arches. She is 55 years old. She disdains self-control. She is strong. She disdains sacrifice. She recovers quickly. She is vain, but she is patient. Now, Olan prays to Baros Odrozvukar. She's friends with everyone in the party, with the exception of Cole Larlor, in which she is a long-term acquaintance. They've known each other for a long time, probably weren't acquaintances, they've done jobs together, but, they've never really gone out for a beer after work. She's a citizen of the Red Guild. She has no thoughts, no memories. She's wearing pigtail dress, trousers, gloves, socks, and shoes. No descriptions of her. No rooms, no skills. But she does have knowledge. She knows the renown of esteeming, the poetic form, and the euphoric tresses, the musical form, and the tenebrious bride, the dance form. Now, her personality. She has a great deal of patience and a good feel for social relationships, but she has a large deficit of willpower, very bad intuition, and little linguistic ability. She is greatly pleased to be by her own looks and accomplishments. Wow, I butchered that completely. I misread so much of that. Was I speaking English? I had to have been speaking English. Alright. Alright, Olan Ashen Arches. Let's learn about your personality. Let's learn of your traits. She has a great deal of patience and a good feel for social relationships. Wait, what? Hold on. Hold on. Does that work? No, it doesn't. You know what? Having my mouse cursor appear, I don't need it. It's not necessary. That's just extra shit. I don't need it. Fuck it. Fuck it. We ball. Alright, let's look at the dwarves. Olan Ibrukrovad. Olan Ashen Arches. So she's 55 years old. She disdains self-control. She's strong, disdains sacrifice, recovers quickly. She's vain, but she's patient. So if we look at personality, her traits. She has a great deal of patience and a good feel for social relationships. But she has a large deficit of willpower, very bad intuition, and little linguistic ability. She is greatly pleased by her own looks and accomplishments. She has an active imagination. She often feels lustful. She tends to share her own experience and thoughts with others. She tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. She tends to avoid crowds. She doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. She thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. She tends to be passive in discussions. She doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. She's not particularly interested in what others think of her. She isn't particularly curious about the world. She has a greedy streak. When she is nervous, she clicks her tongue. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. She likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at inclement weather. Like others in her culture, she holds craftsmanship to be of the highest ideals and celebrates talented artisans and their masterworks. Has a great deal of respect for the law, values family greatly, sees friendship as one of the finer things in life, believes that honesty is a high ideal, greatly respects artists and their works, really respects those that take the time to master a skill, deeply respects those that work hard at their labors, respects fair dealing and fair play, values cooperation, finds merrymaking and partying worthwhile activities, values martial prowess, values leisure time, respects commerce, values knowledge, and finds nature somewhat disturbing. She personally finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff, sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish, and doesn't particularly value loyalty. She dreams of raising a family. Olan Ibrukrovad likes kaolinite, lead, rhodolite, lorikeet leather, toy hammers, mules for their stubbornness, cave fishmen for their beauty, the words the wayward ways, the sound of the euphoric tresses, and the sight of the tenebrous bride. When possible, she prefers to consume spotted wobgong, sea nettle jellyfish, and turnip wine. She absolutely detests brown recluse spiders. So now we'll look at Cole Larlor. Cole Meat Tools. He is also 55 years old. He disdains romance. He has good spatial sense. He disdains harmony. He has a good analytical ability, a developed empathy, but a poor memory. Now Cole also prays to Beros Odrozvukar. He's friends with Sibrek, Zuglar, Nil, Kadal, Olan, and Destat. So while Olan only considers him to be a long-term acquaintance, he considers her to be a friend. So if we look at Cole's personality, he has an amazing spatial sense, a sharp intellect, and a very good sense of empathy. But he has a very poor memory. He presents himself modestly and frowns on any flashy accoutrements. He is very comfortable around others that are different from himself. He has little interest in joking around. He does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive sentiments. He occasionally overindulges. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He likes a little excitement now and then. He often snaps his fingers when he's nervous. He always takes a deep breath whenever he is surprised. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at inclement weather. Cole personally finds romance distasteful. He doesn't respect a society that has settled into harmony without debate and strife, doesn't really value merrymaking, and doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship. He dreams of mastering a skill. Cole or Lore likes tetrahedrite, aluminum, tiger iron, green glass, giant parakeet leather, the color lavender blush, gems, bucklers, coffins, figurines, and sheep for their wool. When possible, he prefers to consume giant one-humped camel, tomatillo wine, and soft wheat flour. He absolutely detests purring maggots. Now we have Kadal, who is 23 years old. He has a high social awareness, values sacrifice, disdains family, flights of fancy. He's very musical, but has a poor spatial sense. He also prays to Beros Odrozvukar, and he is friends with everyone in the fortress. As far as his personality goes, his traits, he has a great feel for social relationships, a natural ability with music, a very good sense of the position of his own body and willpower, but he has a shortage of patience and poor spatial sense. He is given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction. He is intellectually stubborn, rarely changing his mind during a debate, regardless of the merits. He is very slow to anger. He has a calm demeanor. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He prefers to present himself modestly. He generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at inclement weather. Like others in his culture, he holds craftsmanship to be one of the highest ideals and celebrates talented artisans and their masterworks, has a great deal of respect for the law, greatly prizes loyalty, sees friendship as one of the finer things in life, believes that honesty is a high ideal, greatly respects artists and their works, really respects those that take the time to master a skill, deeply respects those that work hard at their labors, respects fair dealing and fair play, values cooperation, finds merrymaking and partying worthwhile activities, values martial prowess, values leisure time, respects commerce, values knowledge, and finds nature somewhat disturbing. He personally values sacrifice and is put off by family. He dreams of creating a great work of art. Cadal Gembishlagum, Cadal Seal Paints, likes talc, brass, clear diamond, amber, giant cave spider silk, giant nautilus parchment, doors, ballista arrows, ducks for their quacks, hedgehog men for their many spines, the words the wayward ways, and the sights the amethyst berry. When possible, he prefers to consume clown loach, muck roots, tuber beer, rocknut oil, and teff. He absolutely detests toads. What knowledge do you have? None. So Olan's got the most knowledge right now. Now we look at Nil. Odomcall. Nil Cloisterwield. She's 33 years old. She disdains craft work, high kinesthetic sense, good memory, impatient, high stamina, disdains loyalty. And she also prays to Barros Odrozvukar. She's friends with everyone in the fortress, except Destot, she's a long-term acquaintance with. She has no knowledge. Personality-wise, her traits is she has a great kinesthetic sense, an amazing memory, a good spatial sense, and good intuition. But she has little willpower, poor empathy, and little patience. She enjoys the company of others. She doesn't handle stress well. She isn't particularly curious about the world. She doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. She's quite ambitious. She tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. She is brave in the face of imminent danger. She is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and she is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. She likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at inclement weather. Like others of her culture, she has a great deal of respect for the law, values family greatly, sees friendship as one of the finer things in life, believes that honesty is a high ideal, greatly respects artists and their works, really respects those that take the time to master skill, deeply respects those that work hard at their labors, respects fair dealing and fair play, finds merrymaking and partying worthwhile activities, values martial prowess, values leisure time, respects commerce, values knowledge, and finds nature somewhat disturbing. She personally sees the pursuit of good craftsmanship as a total waste, views loyalty unfavorably, dislikes cooperation, and believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. She dreams of raising a family. Nil Odomcall likes realgar, pig iron, shell opal, puffin tooth, muskox parchment, gems, leggings, giant impalas for their mighty leaps, prickleberries for their precise thorns, and the words of the renown of esteeming. When possible, she prefers to consume bilberry wine, foxtail millet flour, and parsnip seeds. She absolutely detests toads. Now we look at Zuglar Razlogam. Zuglar Tooth Paints, who's 50 years old. Has a good analytical ability, disdains tranquility, depression prone, swayed by emotions, poor memory, and impatient. And she is friends with everyone in the fortress, with the exception of Sibrek, in which she's a long-term acquaintance, and she prays to no god. She does have knowledge, though. She is versed in the poetic form of the renown of esteeming, the musical form of the euphoric tresses, and the dance form of the tenebrous bride. Personality-wise, her traits are she has a great analytical abilities and a natural inclination towards language, but she has poor empathy, little natural inclination towards music, little patience, quite poor focus, and a poor memory. She is often sad and dejected. She is swayed by emotional appeals. She is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in culture or appearance. She doesn't try to get things done perfectly. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance. She likes a little excitement now and then. She isn't given to flights of fancy. She is assertive. She can handle stress. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. She likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at inclement weather. Like others in her culture, she holds craftsmanship to be of the highest ideals and celebrates talented artisans and their masterworks. Has a great deal of respect for the law, greatly prizes loyalty, values family greatly, sees friendship as one of the finer things in life, believes that honesty is a high ideal, greatly respects artists and their works, really respects those that take the time to master skill, deeply respects those that work hard at their labors, respects fair dealing and fair play, values cooperation, finds merrymaking and partying worthwhile activities, values martial prowess, values leisure time, respects commerce, values knowledge, and finds nature somewhat disturbing. She personally prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity. She dreams of raising a family. Zuglar Razlogum likes mica, iron, cherry opal, applewood wood, bolt thrower parts, guinea fowl for their social nature, creepy crawlers for their freakish wriggling, the sound of the euphoric tresses, and the sight of the cheerful cradles. When possible, she prefers to consume cuttlefish, yak cheese, and Longland beer. She absolutely detests blood gnats. Now we look at Sibrek, Erythidal, Sibrick Labor Wall. He disdains tradition. He has a high stamina, high social awareness, disdains cunning, good analytical ability, and he's musical, and he's only 22 years old. He also prays to Baros Odrozvukar, and he is friends with all the other 6 dwarves. As far as skills and knowledge, he knows the renown of esteeming, the euphoric tresses, and the amethyst berry. Personality-wise, his traits are, he has a great feel for social relationships, great analytical abilities, a great musical sense, a deep well of patience, and ability to read emotions fairly well, but he has little linguistic ability. He relies on the advice of others during decision-making. He very rarely develops negative feelings towards others. He is easily moved to mercy. He is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He lives a fast-paced life. He has a calm demeanor. He doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He occasionally overindulges. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He has a greedy streak. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. When he's thinking hard, he has a habit of licking his lips. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at inclement weather. Like others in his culture, he holds craftsmanship to be of the highest ideals and celebrates talented artisans and their masterworks, has a great deal of respect for the law, greatly prizes loyalty, values family greatly, sees friendship as one of the finer things in life, believes that honesty is a high ideal, greatly respects artists and their works, really respects those that take the time to master skill, deeply respects those that work hard at their labors, respects fair dealing and fair play, values cooperation, finds merrymaking and partying worthwhile activities, values martial prowess, values leisure time, respects commerce, values knowledge, and finds nature somewhat disturbing. He personally finds the following of tradition foolish and limiting, sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless, and values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior. He dreams of mastering a skill. Sibrek Erythidal likes chromite, zinc, lace agate, amber, giant snapping turtle shells, sheep wool, figurines, flasks, turkeys for their gobble, and the sound of the gleeful gladness. When possible, he prefers to consume ant and apricot wine. He absolutely detests brown recluse spiders. And finally, we look at Destat Dusememet. Destat Workfresh. He is 28 years old. Disdains artwork, easily stressed, good intuition, high social awareness, disdains leisure time, and he is extravagant. He also prays to Baros Odrozvukar, and he is friends with everyone else in the fortress. He also knows the renown of esteeming, the euphoric tresses, and the amethyst berry. Personality-wise, his traits are, he has great intuition, a great feel for social relationships, a great ability to focus, and a way with words. But he has a questionable spatial sense and a very bad sense of empathy. He becomes completely helpless in stressful situations. He always presents himself as extravagantly as possible, displaying a magnificent image to the world. He forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others. He is prone to strong feelings of lust. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He isn't given to flights of fancy. He could be considered rude. He doesn't focus on material goods. He finds helping others emotionally rewarding. He isn't particularly ambitious. He is often cheerful. He is very humble. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He idly chews his lip when he's bored. He winks when he is nervous. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at inclement weather. Like others in his culture, he holds craftsmanship to be of the highest ideals and celebrates talented artisans and their masterworks, has a great deal of respect for the law, greatly prizes loyalty, values family, believes that honesty is a high ideal, really respects those that take the time to master skill, deeply respects those that work hard at their labors, respects fair dealing and fair play, values cooperation, finds merrymaking and partying worthwhile activities, values martial prowess, values knowledge, and finds nature somewhat disturbing. He personally sees the whole pursuit of art as silly, finds leisure time wasteful, sees introspection as important, finds friendship burdensome, and doesn't particularly respect commerce. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Okay. So these are good dwarves, and I kind of had like a pre-build coming in that I was like, oh, this is what I'm gonna do. But when I look at these dwarves, it really does change up how I'm going to set things up here. Because within this fortress, there's a few things I wanted to have. I mentioned I wanted to have good industry, but that inherently comes with just managing your fortress well. But there's a few things I wanted to set up early within the fortress and hopefully build out from there. And two of those things are a very, very epic pub. Just a massive pub. Huge. Like, I'm talking huge pub. And not just a pub, but also a library. A place of learning. You know, where scholars can come and learn. Of course, if we've got scholars and partiers, we're gonna need a bit of a military force, security, you know, to make sure the fortress is safe, keep people in line, make sure that visitors are just visitors and not invaders. So there's a lot of things we have to account for within these 7 dwarves, because these are the foundation. These are the foundation, and I need to move this wine glass before I knock it off my desk. Okay, so essentially what this means is I need to prep a tavern keeper, a master of arms, and a scholar. Of course, it would be nice to also have someone who possibly has some doctor-based skill. Be very useful to have. Other early jobs that do come up is having a manager that actually knows what the fuck they're doing, and a record keeper. So those are like the 6 essential jobs. I guess it could also have a sheriff early on. A sheriff could be nice. Could be. Could also be chaotic. So, a tavern keeper. Olan could be a tavern keeper. She has little linguistic ability. That's her weakness. Kadal has a great feel for social relationships, natural ability with music, very good sense of the position of his own body and willpower, but he has shortness of patience and poor spatial sense. Nil is not the one. He has little linguistic ability. It can't be Destot. He can't be the tavern keeper because he disdains leisure time, so that doesn't make sense why he would do it. Sabrek feels like he's a good choice. It could also be Kadal. I mean, like, these two guys are obviously going to be, like, musicians within the fortress. Like that's just an obvious thing out the gate. So let's see. honestly, both Sibrek and I think Kadal are going to be running the tavern together, in a sense. Or should be having it like 3 people running it. I think she's got good language. This is more than I thought. Because typically, someone who's good with language also has like empathy. You can develop empathy. The start's extravagant, but he likes to work hard. So, oh, but he's got empathy. Okay, hold on. Let's look at Cole. He has an amazing spatial sense. Okay, not that relevant if he's gonna be tavern keeper, but a sharp intellect and a very good sense of empathy. But he has a poor memory. He presents himself modestly and frowns on flashy accoutrements. He's very comfortable around others that are different from himself. He has little interest in joking around. He does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive sentiments. He occasionally overindulges. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him. He likes a little excitement now and then. Okay, so essentially, Cole is like a grumpy tavern keeper from the vibe I'm getting of this guy. So, let's look at Cole. Um, he's going to be our tavern keeper. Obviously, he's going to have Brewer. Um, and since he's our brewer, is cooking a labor? It is. Okay. Okay, so he's got brewer, but he's also going to be the cook. So we're giving him cooking skills. Let's see. He's probably not going to need any of that. At least not yet. So let's see. Don't need persuader or negotiator. Don't need liar. I don't know if we need intimidator. I don't know if that's how we want things to go. You can be grumpy, but like, you know, he's got empathy, so we're not gonna have him be a jackass. Not a judge of intent, not an appraiser or an organizer. But we are gonna give him conversationalist. Does it say he doesn't like to joke? Was that a thing it said? Little interest in joking around. Okay. So he's not a comedian. It's not his thing. Um, Flatterer? No. Consoler. Yes. That way he, yeah. Okay. So it's only 4 skills right now. But it's a good start. Brewer, cook, conversationalist, and consoler. So let's see. So the fact that he disdains artwork, but he's extravagant, makes me think this guy should have the jeweler skills. So he's gonna be gem cutter, gem setter. And I want him to have the appraiser skill. That's what I'm gonna leave him at for now. Just for now. We'll come back, obviously. Okay, so that don't change much. So let's see. It's Cole's. Yeah, he's gonna be the tavern keeper. But both Kadal and Sabrek are gonna be the musicians that perform. I might make them multi-instrumentalists because I think there's percussion, wind instrument, stringed instrument, and keyboardist, and singer and musician. So I'll probably give those guys like some of those skills. I haven't decided which ones. Obviously, I haven't decided. So let's see. Tavern keeper or trader. Thinking Nil's going to be the record keeper. And Olan is going to ultimately be the manager. Depression girl. She might be combat. I think Kadal will be the record keeper now. I'm honestly not sure. I think I need to finish the others first. I think that's the problem. The Olan's the manager. She could also be a doctor. Let's do it one at a time. What am I doing? All right, we're gonna start with our our tavern keeper. So he's got brewer. He's a cook. He's conversationalist, consoler. So let's see. His main job is beer and food. As far as like actual positions, I'll have him be the record keeper. Just makes sense. Maybe I make him the manager? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, cool. I think yeah, it's coming together. He's a brewer, he's a cook, he's an organizer, conversationalist, consoler, and a leader. Negotiator, organizer, conversationalist, consoler, leader, cook, brewer, and like between cooking food and brewing, like he's gonna be like consistently busy, as well as running the tavern. For some reason, I want to make wrestling a big part of this culture. So he's a brewer, a cook, a wrestler, a negotiator, an organizer, a conversationalist, a consoler, and a leader. And he isn't big into craft worship, I believe. He dreams of mastering a skill, so cooking and brewing, and possibly wrestling. So let's see. His jobs keep him fairly busy. Or they will. If I put brewer up, does that make him a better brewer? It does. It puts him back to brewer. But we'll see. I'm actually gonna take him back down to novice brewer because there are a couple skills that I might disperse around to the dwarves for bookmaking as well as cloth making. I don't think clothing will be really a panic in the first year, though. Even the first 2 years, it's mostly going to be trying to get literature off the ground as early as we can, and maybe some metal working as well. see. Yeah, cloth is stuff like I can do in like year 2, well, year 3 and 4. Um, Year 2 of the fortress being up. But the first year of the fortress, I don't really need to worry about clothing. Even the second year, it's not that huge. I could always just buy clothes if I needed. But clothing does last a while. If I get soap going, that'll make the clothing last longer too. It's really, yeah, it's getting literature off the ground early. Let me bring up my note for literature. Okay. Well, either I'll dump more into other stats for Cole, but I think Cole's pretty good as far as a tavern keeper manager. He's got brewer, cook, wrestler, negotiator, organizer, conversationalist, consoler, leader. The only thing I could possibly think of adding now that I've given him wrestler is intimidator, so that way he can cut epic wrestling promos on people. And that's what I'm going to do. All right. So then let's look at Destat, the jeweler. He's also going to be our trader. So let's see. Destat's not big into art. So Destat is kind of giving me like intellectual vibes. He has great intuition, great feel for social relationships, great ability to focus and a way with words, but he has a questionable spatial sense and a very bad sense of empathy. He becomes completely helpless in stressful situations, so obviously not combat oriented. He always presents himself as extravagantly as possible, displaying a magnificent image to the world. He forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others. He is prone to strong feelings of lust. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He isn't given to flights of fancy. He could be considered rude. He doesn't focus on material goods. He finds helping others emotionally rewarding. He isn't particularly ambitious. He is often cheerful. He is very humble. He does not have a particular aesthetic sensitivity. He idly chews his lips when he's bored. He winks when he is nervous. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at inclement weather. So, while he's not big on material goods for himself, he is still my appraiser, and he does gem cutting and gem setting. That's his little bit of extravagance. That's where he pretty much always gets first pull on all the cool shit. With gems in them at least. But yeah, he is giving scholar vibes. So he is the appraiser. So in crucial skills, he's gem setter, gem cutter. He's got appraiser. So he's going to need some of these things. So we'll see how much room we have. Concentration, wordsmith, writer, poet. Thinker. Astronomer. All right, so those guys are mostly set up. So Olon is strong and recovers quickly. So it's kind of hard not to like want to give her the pickaxe. Okay. I'm just trying to think. Um, so I got my scholar and I got my tavern keeper, and those were like the two I was trying to like figure out. Is Olon going to be my blacksmith? She is strong. Because Nil here disdains craft work. So I'm thinking she's going to be my stonemason. Yeah. I think she can do stonework and military. So she's a miner, a mason. I guess once you're a miner, you're a miner. That's all they'll ever see you as. Okay, so she'll be a miner. Ooh, is that what I want her to do? She might make a good farmer. I need a good farmer. Essentially, I need someone who can do some metal work, someone who can do some woodwork, someone who can do some farming, and someone who can do some stonework. So I think Olan's going to do the metal work. Weapon smith, armor smith, blacksmith, furnace operator, wood burner, metal crafter. Wow, yeah. Miner just supersedes everything. Hammer dwarf. Shield and armor user. And teacher. Hold on, we've got the full kit for. Olan's got weaponsmith, armorsmith, blacksmith, furnace operator, woodburner, metal crafter, hammer dwarf, shields, armor, and teacher. So our expedition leader is also our master of arms slash sheriff. So now we just got 4 more dwarves to work through. At least the animals and items won't take that nearly as long. So we got metal. We just need wood and stone. And farming. You can be so we got Mason. Oh. Okay, hold on. So I gotta So I forgot how all the different stones are kind of confusing. So masons, their main thing is actual construction, like building walls. The stone cutter, their whole shtick is smoothing walls, but it's stone carver that makes the objects. And when it comes to stone cutting, everyone tends to do that. Yeah, so stone cutting and engraving are the ones that are connected to each other, but because stone carver's in between, it doesn't seem that way. And then stonecrafter. So let's see, we got mason, stone carver, stone crafter. Now we'll look at Sabrek real quick. He's going to be our woodworker, but not our woodcutter. So he's a carpenter. Woodcrafter. And this one's it's only because I include masonry. So that's gonna be my miner. That's gonna be my woodcutter. So let's see, with coal, right now everyone's gonna be doing farming. So it's actually just 3 skills for paper making, right? It's mill, press, right? Presser, yeah. and papermaker. Bookbinder is a thing, but we're not worrying about that just yet. So I already know they're doing those tasks. We want to give these lads their instruments. So Subrek's a musician. Musician, singer, stringed instrumentalist. But we're not committing to those just yet. We're going to look at their knowledge. He doesn't have any, but Subrek does. So let's look at this musical form. The euphoric tress is a form of music used for entertaining. The euphoric tress is a form of music used for entertainment originating in the Red Guild. Okay. So an Estel, a Merstel, and a Thadok. So we're actually going to go over to items real quick. And we're going to look at instruments to see what these things even are. So Thadok is strings. So Thadok, what was the other fucking thing? The Merstel? And the Estel. Okay. What's a Merstel then? All right. Well, then we don't need everything. I am going to keep musician, singer, and string instrumentalist on Sabrek, but with Kadal. What are... What is a bellows? Oh no, it's a keyboard. Merstal's a keyboard. Okay. Yeah, no, I do need them all. So he's got keyboardist, wind instrumentalist, percussionist. He's got musician, singer, string instrumentalist. And those my carpenters, my woodcrafters, my mason and stone carver and stone crafter. So those boys do work. They do work. I could also give Kadal the paper skills. Paper maker. Bookbinder. Miller. Impressor. I think that could be good. So let's just run it back on the stone worker position. He's a mason, a stone carver, a stone crafter, paper maker, a bookbinder, a miller, depressor, as well as a keyboardist, wind instrumentalist, and percussionist. So he works 2 labor jobs and he spends his evenings playing music. Ain't that real shit? Alright, so let's look at our woodworker next. Carpenter, woodcrafter. Could have him be the clother. That is an option. So when I look at Nil, I'm thinking Nil's going to be my doctor. So wound dresser. Yeah, so she's going to be the doctor. I'm going to make Sabrek the record keeper as well. So, and I'm absolutely overthinking this shit, 100%. I know I am, but that's just how I do things. Because I can't help myself. It really just comes down to the fact that, like, once this is locked in, we're locked in. So, don't need a mechanic. Don't need a potter or a glazer. Don't need a wax worker. I could give the threshing skill. Coal. And I could give the spinner skill. Trader. Alright, so my manager, my trader, my expedition leader, / sheriff, they're locked in. Stoneworker, papermaker, performers locked in. Got our woodworker / record keeper. We got a doctor. Okay. So the doctor. I want to be able to make soap and lye, potash, wood burner. And teacher. Wreck. I'll have Sabrek take on whatever Zuglar doesn't end up doing. Zuglar is going to be my miner and my woodcutter. And a fisher dwarf. Maybe. Possibly also a butcher. I don't think she can do both, though. Possibly a bone carver. Not a mechanic, potter, glazer, papermaker, bookbinder, waxworker, miller. Have that. Have a thresher. Herbalist isn't that necessary. Weaver. Clother. The way I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna give butchering to Sabrek. Butchering and leather. Carpenter, butcher, woodcrafter. Tanner, leather worker. Yeah, fuck it, we'll have Boyer. Good. Carpenter, Boyer, butcher. Woodcrafter. Tanner, leather worker, record keeper, musician, singer, stringed instrumentalist. Some iron woodcutter, as well as fisher dwarf.
Neighbors. Weaver and clother. Fish dissector and cleaner. Not worried about cheesemaker, milker, gelder, shearers. We got a spinner, right? Yep. We got a presser and a miller and a thresher. Animal trainer. Okay, I can give her the bone carver. Do I have 2 wood burners? I do. Okay. Cool. I think because no one's got double skills now, right? Um, I think we can take the spinner skill off of him and give it to her. Yeah. going to up his critical thinking. I'm actually going to take his concentration and up. He's the only one who has. Yeah, 3 points sunk into the critical thinking. Oh, that's taken so much longer than it should have. But like I said, I want to do this right, and this team it's diverse in a way I wasn't planning on. So as far as animals go, we're going to the bottom for the big tickets. We're gonna take 2 males and 2 female elephants, so that way we can start breeding elephants. Of course, I'm going to bring 2 males and 2 female dogs, and I'm going to do the same with cats. Next, we're going to bring in 2 female cows and a bull. Just going to bring in 2 sows and a boar. Six hens and a rooster. 6 ducks and a drake. Two water buffalo. 2 yak cows and a bull. Can probably take the numbers down in a few things. We'll see how that looks. Still got to deal with items. Need. Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves yet. So for plump helmet spawn, I want 36 of plump helmets and pigtails because those are going to be my main crops. Probably not going to take this many seeds, actually. Yeah, no, I'm not taking this many seeds. We'll just go with 9. Then I can do a 3x3 plot. So let's see, I don't need leather. I don't need cloth. I don't Any crafts? I will need woods. I don't know which color of wood I want, so I'm going to just click on all the funky colors and we'll decide later. I don't need metal bars. I don't need gems. I don't need blocks. Don't need more anvils. Copper warhammer. Training weapons. Actually, no, we're wrestling, aren't we? Yeah, I'll make training weapons when it comes down to it. Don't need ammo, don't need trap components. One iron pick. 2 copper picks. Good for bags, thread, rope. So the docks. Want a little bit of everything when it comes to the alcohol. For cheese, we're just going to take some cow cheese. Probably going to skip on that currently for powders and extracts. Meat, I want to look at the more conventional animals, which are typically at the bottom. Where's cow? a lot of cow meat, but cows typically have a lot of meat to them. Fish. There's still a lot of stuff I need. Okay, so now I need to look at this stuff a little bit closer. Those. So I got 4 elephants, 4 dogs, 4 cats, 3 cows, 3 pigs, 7 chickens, 7 ducks, 2 water buffalo. I pretty much got myself covered for buckets. And barrels. Leather, cloth, need crafts, don't need, well, I do need wood. Those things, though.
We got drinks, right? I think we got drinks. Oh yeah, we got drinks. And we got cheese. Pools.
Oh, I had the great horned owl leather. This is just the bellows. And Estil. We got those two particular pieces. Step ladders, wheelbarrows, crutches, splints, buckets are good, quivers are fine. What? Barrels, ropes, thread, bags, garden vegetables and plants are fine. And the rest, I think, is going to wood. Still got some points left. I got a single goose and gander. Alright. After what, 3 hours? Yeah, almost 3 hours. I finally have what I've been looking for? Possibly? Easily the longest setup stream in Dwarf Fortress history. Easily. But it's a pretty comprehensive setup. And I think it's a really tight and powerful setup, so I'm happy about it. I just, I wasn't expecting it to go until, early in the morning. That's fine. I don't mind. I'm good with it. Alright. So it's a simple game plan. I'm gonna grab a drink. We're gonna briefly look at everything one last time. But we are 100% pretty much locked in.
All right, it's 3:03 in the morning. Let's drop the base and get into it. We have our group symbol, which is named the Red River of Scales. It is an image of the River of Scales, the glowing metal slab, and a rainbow trout. The River of Scales is burning. The rainbow trout is impaled on the River of Scales. The group name is the Merchants of Guilds. And the fortress name is the City of Waters. And our band is led by Olan Ibrukrovad, and includes Cole Larlor, Kadal, Jambishlogum, Nil Odomkal, Zuglar Razlogum, Sibrek Erithadil, and Destot Dusemmamet. Let's embark. A dwarven outpost. You have arrived! After a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond, your harsh trek has finally ended. Your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all of Angdomas, the Red Guild. There are almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance, whether by bolt, plow, or hook. Provide for your dwarves. You're expecting a supply caravan just before winter entombs you, but it is spring now. Enough time to delve secure lodgings, ere the leopards get hungry. A new chapter of dwarven history begins here, at this place, Eneth Arel, the City of Waters. Strike the earth! Okay. So, first things first, we have Olan Ashen Arches. And the first thing that she says is, I am a very, very important person. And she is. Certainly, she is. So already, we have Cole, who has become the expedition leader, and he is on his way to fish. Zuglar and Olan are picking up equipment. So let's see. Let's take a look at this world. So up here we have a good cluster of very tall trees. So that's nice to see. We're not going to be lacking in trees in the slightest. Here we have our S, which looks very nice. And then if we go up, we have our waterfall. And up one more, which leads to another surface. The very first thing that we're going to do is save and continue playing. All right, we're locked in. We are locked in. We're doing this. It's the 15th of Granite, early spring, year 2. Let's look at our dwarves. Okay. So first we'll look at Nil. Nil Cloisterwield.
A short, sturdy creature, fond of drink and industry, she is very slow to tire, rarely sick, and strong, but she is slow to heal. Her hair is clean-shaven. She has a narrow chin. She has a low voice. Her somewhat narrow brass eyes are slightly wide set. Her nose is slightly hooked. Her ears are somewhat broad. Her hair is brown. Her skin is burnt umber. She has a great kinesthetic sense, an amazing memory, a good spatial sense, and good intuition. But she has little willpower, poor empathy, and little patience. She enjoys the company of others. She doesn't handle stress well. She isn't particularly curious about the world. She doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. She's quite ambitious. She tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. She is brave in the face of imminent danger. She is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and she is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. She likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at inclement weather. Like others in her culture, she has a great deal of respect for the law, values family greatly, sees friendship as one of the finer things in life, believes that honesty is a high ideal, greatly respects artists and their works, really respects those that take the time to master a skill, deeply respects those that work hard at their labors, respects fair dealing and fair play, finds merrymaking and partying worthwhile activities, values martial prowess, values leisure time, respects commerce, values knowledge, and finds nature somewhat disturbing. She personally sees the pursuit of good craftworkship as a total waste, views loyalty unfavorably, dislikes cooperation, and believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. She dreams of raising a family. And she absolutely detests toads. Now, if we look at Cole, Meat Tools, the expedition leader, he is a short, sturdy creature fond of drink and industry. He is slow to tire, but he is flimsy and very slow to heal. His very long beard is braided. His medium-length sideburns are neatly combed. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His hair is clean-shaven. He has a low voice. His nose is slightly hooked. His hair is chestnut. His skin is pale pink, and his eyes are bronze. He has an amazing spatial sense, a sharp intellect, and a very good sense of empathy, but he has a poor memory. He presents himself modestly and frowns on flashy accoutrements. He is very comfortable around others that are different from himself. He has little interest in joking around. He does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive sentiments. He occasionally overindulges. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He likes a little excitement now and then. He often snaps his fingers when he's nervous. He always takes a deep breath whenever he's surprised. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at inclement weather. Like others in his culture, he has a great deal of respect for the law, greatly prizes loyalty, values family greatly, sees friendship as one of the finer things in life, believes that honesty is a high ideal, greatly respects artists and their works, really respects those that take the time to master a skill, deeply respects those that work hard at their labors, respects fair dealing and fair play, values cooperation, values martial prowess, values leisure time, respects commerce, values knowledge, and finds nature somewhat disturbing. He personally finds romance distasteful, doesn't respect a society that has settled into harmony without debate and strife, doesn't really value merrymaking, and doesn't particularly care about craftworkship. He dreams of mastering a skill. Now, Destot, work fresh. A short, sturdy creature fond of drink and industry. He is very quick to tire and very weak. He is weak and short. His wavy hair is crinkly. His very long beard is braided. His medium-length sideburns are braided. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long hair is braided. He has a low voice. His ears are broad, his eyelashes are extremely long, his head is somewhat narrow, his nose is slightly hooked, his hair is ecru, his skin is dark tan, and his eyes are rust. He has great intuition, a great feel for social relationships, a great ability to focus and to weigh with words, but he has a questionable spatial sense and a very bad sense of empathy. He becomes completely helpless in stressful situations. He always presents himself as extravagantly as possible, displaying a magnificent image to the world. He forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others. He is prone to strong feelings of lust. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He isn't given to flights of fancy. He could be considered rude. He doesn't focus on material goods. He finds helping others emotionally rewarding. He isn't particularly ambitious. He is often cheerful. He is very humble. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He idly chews his lips when he's bored. He winks when he's nervous. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at inclement weather. Like others in his culture, he holds craftsmanship to be of the highest ideals and celebrates talented artisans and their masterworks. Has a great deal of respect for the law, greatly prizes loyalty, values family greatly, believes that honesty is a high ideal, really respects those that take the time to master a skill, deeply respects those that work hard at their labors, respects fair dealing and fair play, values cooperation, finds merrymaking and partying worthwhile activities, values martial prowess, and values knowledge and finds nature somewhat disturbing. He personally sees the whole pursuit of art as silly, finds leisure time wasteful, sees introspection as important, finds friendship burdensome, and doesn't particularly respect commerce. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He absolutely detests worms. And now we look at Olan. Ashen Arches. She is also a short, sturdy creature, fond of drink and industry. She is mighty and incredibly quick to heal, but she is quite susceptible to disease. She has incredible muscles stretched over a broad body. Her eyebrows are extremely low. Her somewhat short, broad ears have large hanging lobes. Her hair is curly. Her very long hair is arranged in double braids. She has a low voice. Her amethyst eyes are slightly closed set. Her hair is amber. Her skin is dark brown. Her lips are slightly thick. She has a great deal of patience and a good feel for social relationships, but she has a large deficit of willpower, very bad intuition, and little linguistic ability. She is greatly pleased by her own looks and accomplishments. She has an active imagination. She often feels lustful. She tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. She tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. She tends to avoid crowds. She doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. She thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. She tends to be passive in discussions. She doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. She's not particularly interested in what others think of her. She isn't particularly curious about the world. She has a greedy streak. When she is nervous, she clicks her tongue. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. She likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at inclement weather. Like others in her culture, she holds craftsmanship to be of the highest ideals and celebrates talented artisans and their masterworks. Has a great deal of respect for the law, values family greatly, sees friendship as one of the finer things in life, believes that honesty is a high ideal, greatly respects artists and their works, really respects those that take the time to master a skill, deeply respects those that work hard at their labors, respects fair dealing and fair play, values cooperation, finds merrymaking and partying worthwhile activities, values martial prowess, values leisure time, respects commerce, values knowledge, and finds nature somewhat disturbing. She personally finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff, sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish, and doesn't particularly value loyalty. She dreams of raising a family. She absolutely detests brown recluse spiders. And we look at Zuglar. Tooth paints. She is a short, sturdy creature, fond of drink and industry. She is tough. She is stout. Her somewhat short ears have great swinging lobes. Her hair is clean shaven. She has a low voice. Her slightly hooked nose is narrow. Her hair is black. Her skin is sepia. Her eyes are amethyst. She has great analytical abilities and a natural inclination towards language. But she has poor empathy, little natural inclination towards music, little patience, quite poor focus, and a poor memory. She is often sad and dejected. She is swayed by emotional appeals. She is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in culture and appearance. She doesn't try to get things done perfectly. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance. She likes a little excitement now and then. She isn't given to flights of fancy. She is assertive. She can handle stress. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. She likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at inclement weather. Like others in her culture, she holds craft worship to be of the highest ideals and celebrates talented artisans and their masterworks, has a great deal of respect for the law, greatly prizes loyalty, values family greatly, sees friendship as one of the finer things in life, believes that honesty is a high ideal, greatly respects artists and their works, really respects those that take the time to master a skill, deeply respects those that work hard at their labors, respects fair dealing and fair play, values cooperation, finds merrymaking and partying worthwhile activities, values martial prowess, values leisure time, respects commerce, values knowledge, and finds nature somewhat disturbing. She personally prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity. She dreams of raising a family. She absolutely detests blood gnats. Now we look at Kadal Seal Paints. A short, sturdy creature fond of drink and industry, he is strong, but he is quick to tire and slow to heal. His very long beard is braided. His sideburns are clean shaven. His extremely long mustache is neatly combed. His hair is clean shaven. His narrow nose is quite long. His somewhat narrow ochre eyes have large irises. He has a low voice. His hair is cinnamon. His skin is cinnamon. He has a great feel for social relationships, a natural ability with music, a very good sense of the position of his own body and willpower. But he has a shortage of patience and poor spatial senses. He is given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction. He is intellectually stubborn, rarely changing his mind during a debate regardless of the merits. He is very slow to anger. He has a calm demeanor. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He prefers to present himself modestly. He generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at inclement weather. Like others in his culture, he holds craft worship to be of the highest ideals and celebrates talented artisans and their masterworks, has a great deal of respect for the law, greatly prizes loyalty, sees friendship as one of the finer things in life, believes that honesty is a high ideal, greatly respects artists and their works, really respects those that take the time to master a skill, really respects those that work hard at their labors, respects fair dealing and fair play, values cooperation, finds merrymaking and partying worthwhile activities, values martial prowess, values leisure time, respects commerce, values knowledge, and finds nature somewhat disturbing. He personally values sacrifice and is put off by family. He dreams of creating a great work of art. He absolutely detests toads. And lastly, we have Sibrek Laborwall. A short, sturdy creature fond of drink and industry. He is indefatigable and mighty, but he is flimsy. His very long beard is braided. His very long sideburns are neatly combed. His medium-length mustache is neatly combed. His hair is clean-shaven. His bronze eyes are narrow. He has a low voice. His somewhat long nose is slightly hooked. His free-lobed ears are slightly flattened. His hair is russet. His skin is dark brown. He has a great feel for social relationships, great analytical abilities, a great musical sense, a deep well of patience, and an ability to read emotions fairly well, but has little linguistic ability. He relies on the advice of others during decision-making. He very rarely develops negative feelings towards things. He is easily moved to mercy. He is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He lives a fast-paced life. He has a calm demeanor. He doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He occasionally overindulges. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He has a greedy streak. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others.
When he's thinking hard, he has a habit of licking his lips. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at inclement weather. Like others in his culture, he holds craft worship to be of the highest ideals and celebrates talented artisans and their masterworks. Has a great deal of respect for the law, greatly prizes loyalty, values family greatly, sees friendship as one of the finer things in life, believes that honesty is a high ideal, greatly respects artists and their works, really respects those that take the time to master a skill, deeply respects those that work hard at their labors, respects fair dealing and fair play, values cooperation and finds merrymaking and partying worthwhile activities, values martial prowess, values leisure time, respects commerce, values knowledge, and finds nature somewhat disturbing. He personally finds the following of tradition foolish and limiting, sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless, and values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior. He dreams of mastering a skill. He absolutely detests brown recluse spiders. So those are the 7 dwarves. On top of the dwarves, we also have 4 dogs, 4 cats, 3 cows, 3 boars and sows, 6 hens and a rooster, 6 ducks and a drake, 2 water buffaloes, a goose and a gander, and 4 elephants. Actually, we have 5 elephants. And a stray yak bull. Bonus elephant. Can't be mad at that. Alright, so let's look at the terrain real quick. Here we have the Joyous Brook. A beautiful little spot. Comes down to this S curve. Comes down to here. The water is 1 level below, 1 level above. That's where we have the waterfall begin, which goes up to here. So obviously this is where we're going to build first. So let's just take a peek, because over here it looks like it's got like a nice little natural spot. There's some natural symmetry. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then we have a corner and a corner. Corner, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, corner. Yeah, I like this spot here. I think this is the spot where we start digging. This will be our entrance. Now the question of how close to the waterfall do we actually want to go? So come all the way out here. Get rid of these orders here. We'll mine out to here. And then we'll make a decision. But likely going to put a bridge here somehow. Or a walkway. One of the two. I obviously I haven't decided on that yet. But I think we're going to have the tavern in this section down here. Or maybe to the north. If we go to the north, we do have a fair amount of real estate to work with. That's why I think the tavern should be here.
So whether I do a single walkway here or here. This will be where a bridge is. I'm not actually going to mine this yet. So if we want some space, but yeah, this is absolutely going to be the tavern. It's going to be a massive fucking tavern. Tavern will be down here. And then the library we'll put to the north, I guess. Though we do have all this real estate down here. Yeah, so we'll cut all the way down to here. And then, like, when I put stuff down here, we'll have it be like a bridge access way across. And we'll work in the north. And then we'll do the south eventually. I don't think I'm going to connect them back in here. I think I'm going to keep them, like, two separate, or I'll have it as a secret emergency passage. But we'll keep it as, like, a low volume passageway. Eventually, I'm going to want to get some farming going. And somewhere I'm gonna build a farm. I haven't decided where yet. Definitely not up here because there's so many trees. Alright, so that's gonna be like the main vein through. Let's see. Carpenter. That's a 9x9, right? A 3x3. I'm gonna put a space between each shop. I don't want to do this. I want to do this a little neat. I don't want this to be like boring, but like this is gonna be like my first place of like industry. This way we can start working like pretty quick. So those are gonna be something. I haven't decided what yet. And now that I'm looking at what I've done, like, why did I fill that space in? This is gonna be our first place of industry. So yeah, so this way we've got plenty of room to get in and out. I'm just trying to paint this in a way. Okay, so we'll have these walls. And then when, you come around the walls, be like this main walkway right here. I'm going to put a shop right there. And then we also want like a bunkhouse and a mess hall. Um, okay. What is the trade depot? Oh, I can fit that in there. Well, boy, I think it does. No. Yeah, it's a funky design, but it's kind of exactly what I want. Yeah, so yeah, because I can put a barracks, not a barracks, a mess hall and a dorm in here. I can put my trading depot in here, and I can set up. I can set up um, 8 things of immediate industry right in here, as well as a bunch of storage. Yeah, that's a pretty good start as far as mining goes. Um, I don't want to do any wood cutting, so I don't want to risk injury. But I will have my dwarves. Gather whatever they find in here. And up here. But I'm not trying to get too deep onto that stuff just yet. I also need to set up some pasture stuff. So, pen and a pasture is the very first thing that we need. Um, just for the time being. Just gonna call this the temporary pasture. That's the temporary pasture setup. With the first mining project set up, let us quickly look at labor. I'm also going to have Olan as a miner. I don't know why Olan was on woodcutting. She's not a woodcutter. No, Zuglar and Olan are going to be mining. No woodcutters at the moment. No hunters at the moment. Everyone is planting. Only Cole's fishing right now. So we don't need to be fishing just yet. We can hold off on fishing for a little bit. Just a little bit. The first project is mining, plant gathering. So I think we'll also do a bit more plant gathering up in here too. Alright, and before we actually do this, let's go through these menus real quick. Yep. Yep. Temporary pasture. Yep. Got work orders. This stuff. Alright. So, let's just quickly look at the world map. The world. The world created at the beginning of the game is active, and others may take an interest in your outpost as it grows. Stolen artifacts and kidnapped citizens can be recovered by preparing missions from this screen. You can also cause trouble if you'd like to raid your neighbors. Raids are created by clicking on a site not belonging to your civilization. Okay. Center on fort. Mysterious layer of heart tamed. Mysterious layer of cruel scars. The dwarven fortress of Sterncrafted. About 100 dwarves, led by the ultimate tongs of the Red Guild. Then there's the dwarven hillocks of Submerged Bridge, around 50 dwarves, led by the young handle of the Red Guild. And then there's the dwarven hillocks of Galleyline, with about 50 dwarves, led by the Fair Rim of the Red Guild. And of course, the dwarven fortress of the City of Waters, led by the Merchants of Guilds of the Red Guild. And honestly, there's a lot of settlements within like reason of us. So probably going to be a fair amount of activity. So we'll just quickly look at the noble screen real quick. Of course, we don't really have any nobles set up. Members of the nobility have required rooms and can make demands. They cannot be reassigned. Administrators handle various aspects of your fortress and can be reassigned. Many administrators also require rooms. Right now, we currently only have our expedition leader, Cole Larlor. So, it's the 15th of Granite, early spring, year 2. The timeline is finally going to be active. And I'm going to have a drink. Soon enough, my dwarves will be having drinks. Let's see how this tastes. Oh, that's strong. Ooh, that's strong. Not nearly as strong as my dwarves. Out here in the fortress. Right now it's just Olan. Don't know what Zuglar is doing. Gathering plants. Yes, because that is your job, Zuglar, to gather fucking plants. It's fine. Zuglar's dumb. Big dumb. Or just depressed, and maybe she needs to gather some plants. This will make Olan even stronger. And for the time being, I'm going to break that off. We want to get this done first, and then we'll do the rest of the length of the hallway. No job, eh? We'll keep everyone busy. I keep sipping this, forgetting it's not a sweet drink, even though it looks sweet. A malt liquor lemonade. It's got some kick. Whew. The weather is cleared. Oh, that's right. I need to assign my animals to the pasture. Not the cats. The cats can wander. These all need to be assigned. Good thing I noticed, because we've now entered the first of Slate, mid-spring. Okay, most of them are already present. Oh, they're working as a team! And we've struck bituminous coal? This is epic. Everyone's thirsting. I'm hoping we can carve this out, and no, I don't think the carpenter bench fits there. Let me... You know, carpenter bench would fit better there. But it's spring. It's a perfect time for camping. The great outdoors. That's an interest. Okay, okay. I was like, are you really gonna not finish the room? Oh yeah, hold on. This means we can set up some shops. This is going to be the entrance to the tavern. I mean, those two are putting in some work. I mean, honestly, I could get a third dwarf on this. Cole, get over here. Come on, bro. We got 3 pickaxes. We may as well be using them. Look at this. This is a good mini fort right here. We're currently carving out the carpenter's room right now. This is huge. So, yeah, that's where we're gonna put the stoneworker shop. Ooh, look at that. Sand is being revealed. This is good. It's the second of Feldsite. We're into late spring now. Wow, this tastes like high school alcohol to me. And considering the price point, the alcohol content, the size of it, I'm almost certain this brand has designed themselves purely for high school students and first year college students in Canada. I'll keep the bottle though. That's a nice bottle. All right. All right. Look at this. The building is happening. We are building. Right now, it's happening. Building is happening. We're going to make beds. We need tables. No, the tables aren't needed first. We need the four. We're going to make 4 beds. Hold on. Okay, now we're going to make 6 beds. We're going to cover our bed situation first. Let me look at my stonks real quick. Is it logs or is it wood? Logs. So what color do I want these beds? I guess fungi wood is probably like the most like barracks vibe for the beds. So we're going fungi wood. We're fun guys. Fungi. 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 Meanwhile, we're gonna make. Oh. sandstone blocks. Gang's putting in work. You love to see it. You really do. Just carving this little space out for themselves in the world. This might not be the city of waters yet. It might just be the outpost of waters. But Eneth Aral will become a reality. A beautiful, beautiful reality. Yeah, I think I want to do a double wide bridge. They're just ripping and a tearing. I'm hoping Olan takes that long stretch. Olan's the powerhouse. So let us go to labor real quick. We're taking Cole. He's a novice. We're taking him off. We're gonna have Cole do a little bit of fishing in the meantime. Zuglar, I need you to come out here. Chop these trees, chop this tree. This tree should be fine. Right. So we've got bed set up. Let's see. Dormitory. Gonna be the only dormitory we have. So now our dwarves set that up and they'll end up with beds. Yes, the beds are set up. That was fucking fast. We're gonna build some tables. Let's see. Yeah, we'll go with the acacia strain. Let's start setting up some other workshops to end the spring season. Yeah, so put the craft workshop down here. We're gonna start making use of blocks because blocks ensure that you don't run out of stuff when you start making floors and walls and other things like that. So sandstone blocks for that. I'm actually gonna tear this down and rebuild it with blocks. And workshops. Like a carpenter. Yeah, yeah, having a boiler at the end of that hallway feels very fantasy. Walk down a hallway to see someone making crossbows. A carpenter craft, ashery. Oh yeah, that looks good there. Swing on the goblin caps. No. Fungi wood. Oh yeah, because yeah, no, that makes sense. No, wait, it's Bloodthorn. I mean, I'll probably just put the ashery somewhere else. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna put the ashery somewhere else. Oh, I can put the jeweler there. That works just as well for me. Ruler, jeweler, stoneworker, bowyer, carpenter, crafts. Boom. So you got jeweler, stoneworker, bowyer, carpenter, crafts, leather, loom, and clothes. Next thing we're making are chairs. Which I'm also going to be making out of acacia. Hmm. I don't know what I'm going to put in there yet. I haven't decided. All right, it's the first of hematite, early summer, which means it's time. Time to begin. So, this is where the double wide bridge will be. So this is going to be the beginning of the tavern. Good thing we're working on those chairs right now. Ooh, we got those chairs. What am I looking for? Oh, right, right. It'd be craft dwarfs, right? They use acacia for all this stuff. Carving this out is going to be the huge project. Yeah, this can be like a super pub. It's gonna be like a massive, massive project. Like right now, my dwarves are pretty focused on carving this area out. So you know, my dwarves there, they got beds. I want to focus on this level first, honestly. First a malachite. We're into midsummer now.
blacksmith stuff in there.
And actually, before I even carve the exterior, because who knows, I might want to go in deeper with it. We'll carve the space out first. Whenever my dwarves get around to it, because they're pretty preoccupied with the tavern. Which I don't blame them. I think it's a good place to focus. Look at that dig team go. Oh, some migrants have arrived. Ast Guilt Mines, 40 years old. He's got warrior capabilities. And he's a talented metal crafter. Then we have Bomrex Standard Past, a novice wax worker. He's got social skills. And then we have Onget Rackheat. He's got doctor-based skills. Nice. We have Ushat Rapid Wires. He's a carpenter, planter, paper maker. Obok Pew Standard. Okay, he's got a lot of stonework. Talented furnace operator, though. Onal Riddle Machines. She's 18 years old. A talented weaponsmith, novice blacksmith. Wow, so she's like the youngest member of the fortress. But she is very weak. A Dill Traded Drill. Competent record keeper, novice paper maker, talented mason. Alright, well, the fortress just doubled in size, population-wise. Keep everyone busy with some gathering. Acacia door. The fungi wood door. Oh, we're in the late summer. I mean, yeah, to be fair though, it's a big chunk of terrain getting carved out. Wow. Zooglar's on the verge of leveling up. Talented miner. I think those doors were built. Yeah, I'll set up some doors. Damn, they're really out here grinding. Who are my two happy dwarves? Nil and Kadal. Yo, him and Nil got together? Yo! No wonder they're happy. They're fucking. They're fucking in the dorms. Is that legals? That's a public space. Oh, Destot and Sabrek are close friends. That's nice. I'm hyped about that though. Nil and Kadal. And Sabrek, he's happy for his friends. And Zuglar, she's actually in a pretty good state. I think I'm gonna give Zuglar a break. Well, I want her fishing. I don't have a fishery place set up. I guess I could put up a temporary kitchen. Just so that way we have that stuff to work with. Need more blocks made up. I don't care if we have a lot of sandstone. I'm gonna be using a lot of sandstone, so. First to limestone, early autumn. Let's do this. Dry season has come. Autumn has arrived on the calendar. Autumn's the dry season? Next series of rooms are going to be the offices. Wait. If I clear this, I just want to see because I'm just trying to see like if I do it as independent standing structures at some point within the place. Ooh, no, I think I know how it's supposed to go. But that's how I'm gonna do it. Start, even if that, I don't think. So here's how I'm gonna block that off. I'm going to cancel that. I see a pattern that I want to use. Yeah, that's the shape. That is the shape. Faces. I don't get an option of wood use. So these are going to be the offices. I guess I'll didn't make that much coal. Five things of charcoal and hope that they use. Oh, I get to choose it. Okay. We'll make some avocado charcoal. I want to try and get some currency going before the end of the year. Have the earliest currency in the history of the world, of the dark oblivion. That'd be awesome. Oh man, like it literally just tastes like Four Loko. This lemonade malt liquor. Yeah, it literally just tastes like Four Loko. Less strong. What? Oh. Oh. Was that you? Assuming it was this one. Yeah, it had to have been him. Went and killed a mountain goat. But what happened? Stray dog bit the mountain goat in the left front leg. Oh, the dog attacked the mountain goat. It's pretty. You butcher. No, no. No, not there. You want an actual butcher. it's a song. Yeah, let's melt some tetrahedrite. Although it is a grim reminder of the winter hardships to come, the supply caravan from the Red Guild is a welcome sight. Their eyes are alight with the anticipation of inspecting the splendid products of your industrious craft dwarves. Take careful stock of your own stores. What these merchants offer may very well be the difference between a prosperous future and a slow and meaningless death. And the outpost liaison, Melville Imikamost from Angadomas, has arrived. So we got Cyril and Aban, the merchants, accompanied by Atur and Lorbom. Oh, Melville's wandering. She's looking. She's looking for coal. Down for some diplomacy. Where is coal? We're in this throng of animals and people. Where's the homie? There he is. Cole's right here. Cole Lerlor, the expedition leader, is conducting a meeting with Melville Chucktown. She has 2 lovers. Her spouse is Raoul Gravelnuts, and she has 2 unnamed lovers. Interesting. And the merchants have arrived and are unloading their goods. But it's time for diplomacy. The expedition leader, Cole Larlor, meets with the outpost liaison Melville Imikamost. I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. The world is the same as ever. Okay. Well, you bring me some cheetah, leopard, tiger, or jaguar skins, I'd be happy. Could maybe use with some pigtail cloth. Not necessary though. Don't you send me crafts. Don't you send me any wood. I don't need bars. I don't need your gems. I don't need blocks. Send more seeds. Send a steel anvil next year. I don't need weapons. I don't need training weapons. I don't need ammo. I don't need trap components. More picks could be useful. Which were the instruments I needed? I've got the Thadok. I think it was Estil and the Murstal. Yeah, send in Estil and a Murstal. I'd be happy with those. And send some yaks. And all the... No. I don't need the alcohol. You want to send some cheese? Yeah, send some cheese my way. Might use that. No promises. No promises. I'll take the dwarven syrup. I don't know about dwarven breast milk. I'll pick cow's milk this time. And some goat's milk. Rabbit meat, turkey meat. You know, we'll just slam some of this stuff. Fish. Yeah, why not? Why not? We're still pretty young. Veggies, yeah, go right the fuck ahead. Don't need bags, don't need thread, don't need ropes. Don't need this stuff. Don't need sand, don't need glass. Yeah, I guess I'll take some sheets. Well then, we have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. It's all looking good to me. You know, a little higher on the prices, but, you know, we'll deal. Let's discuss what we are willing to offer for your craft dwarf ship. A need for crowns and quivers is expected, and if you are able to provide some, the caravan will offer 185 and 193% respectively. The export agreement only applies to trades next year, not with any merchants currently present. Okay. Last lovebird remains. Wait, what does it extract? I'm just gonna test those. Here we have the caravan. Mind you, I really don't have much for trade. As in, I don't have anything for trade. I don't have a trader at this point. I don't have a record keeper. We're still setting that stuff up. Yo, we got elephant calves. We are mining. So I need to build some tables and chairs. So the first thing we're going to go the tower cap. Black cap. I've got silver and copper. Yeah, we're minting currency. Currency is being made. That's beautiful. This is a stack of 500 Angdomas 2 silver coin. This is the silver currency, the Angdomas from the year 2. On the front of the coin is a rendition of the Prince of Gorges, a masterfully designed image of an octahedron. The image is a symbol of the Red Guild, a dwarven civilization. On the coin's back is a finely designed image of the Elder Leaf. This is a stack of 500 Angdomas 2 copper coins. This is the copper currency, Angdomas from the year 2. On the front of the coin is a rendition of the Prince of Gorges, a masterfully designed image of the octahedron. The image is of the symbol of the Red Guild, a dwarven civilization. On the coin's back is a superiorly designed image of 2 acacias.
That's awesome. We got currency.
And more migrants? Cog Tongs Phantoms. Okay. And Kogan Halton. Is it just the two of them?
I mean, that's fine. Far more manageable.
Oh, it's time to set some jobs. Because while Cole Larlor is the expedition leader, he's also the manager. Ooh, but we don't want that yet. We're gonna leave that vacant because I need to build individual rooms. Which is, well, it's the reason we're building up to here. Hmm. So this is where the first series of like actual apartments is going to be. No, I don't like that. Yeah. Yeah, if that works out, that'll be really cool. Yeah, we're setting up offices. Like, this is still an expedition at this point. I don't think I have anything I'd want to bring. Yes, I am planning on just carving out the rest of this. Let's browse their goods from some window shopping, really. I'm not seeing much that yeah, they don't got anything that I need. Yeah, so I think down here I might just do a walkway, and then up here is where the bridge will be. Because this is the open space. You don't need a bridge across the brook. Cats can walk through the brook. Yeah, we're working. Carving out our apartments. We're making beds for the original 7 now. Actually, before we do that, a couple tables.
Yeah, just make 7 spore tree beds. No, no, no. I want. Oh, I think we can do tunnel. Purple wooden beds are more regal looking. For my nobility. It's gonna be like my warehouse. Do not cook with my plump elements. We can start fishing.
putting in work for this first year. They're really just grinding the pub out, which I love.
The pub's kind of shaped like a piano or a harp, which is perfectly fitting because, yeah, it's gonna be a place of music.
Oh, first a moonstone. Winter has arrived on the calendar. I got rid of that. The bad food.
Well, the pub's almost finished. Which means soon enough, the squad can finish up the apartments and the offices. And once the offices are carved, we'll go carve out the apartments. Should have that done by the end of winter. Alright, Kogan's no longer a peasant. Now Fisher Dwarf. Good for her. They're done. Gang's off to do the apartments. And then we can start carving out the space for the warehouse. What? Oh. Oh, no. What did my dogs do? Okay, let me look. Are my elephants okay? One-year-old elephant. I mean, I hope these elephants aren't planning on causing more trouble. My dogs are going for him, though. I lost 2 dogs. Oh, we better hope this elephant leaves. Oh, other dogs, oh, yeah, they're, oh my god. Hopefully these elephants, uh, take off. get these doors set up.
And also, stop making kumquat doors. This is a stack of 500 Angdomas 2 sterling silver coin. This is the sterling silver currency of Angdomas from the year 2. On the front of the coin is a well-designed image of Easem pleated crafts, the dwarf and dwarves. Easem pleated crafts is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Easem pleated crafts to the position of Queen of the Red Guild in 1. On the coin's back is a purely designed image of circles. Alright, let's try some multi-zoning. Done. Perfect.
Excellent.
We got some bedrooms set up. Honestly, with all the doors I've got, just gonna have the dwarves. I'm getting this stuff already. They fighting again?
I can lose my dogs. Cool.
I don't know what Chrysophares is, but cool.
Yeah, setting up some doors.
God, they're fighting again. He's going right back after it. But there we have it. That's year 2 of Umamnar, the Dark Oblivion, from the perspective of the City of Waters. More accurately, the Hamlet of Waters, but no. We're on the verge of a city. We're a town. There's no way. You know, we are an outpost. You need a broker with the appraisal skill to know how much creative wealth. You need a bookkeeper as well. But those are year 3 things. We're still in the precipice, that in-between moment of year 2 and 3. So what are the goals of year 3? Well, keep building. Keep building. We're going to finish this space, which is likely to be a warehouse. But I might ultimately end up using it as a barracks. It does have a utilitarian vibe of a barracks. So this might be the barracks. Over here will remain the pub. Possibly even become an inn. It's very possible we'll be putting an inn of sorts into here. There's some things I could see us pulling off with that. Be useful. And then we have our office space, our metal works, our main trading hub, our apartments up here, and they will continue outwards over here, and likely over here as well. And we do have the ability to build downwards. So we'll see what happens with that. Options going up. And of course, we have the entire southern range of this mountain to work with. And it would be a waste not to work with it. But that is where I'm going to call this stream. I'll pick it back up later on. Save to timeline folder, main save. Excellent. So let's just quickly look. World Umamnar, the Dark Oblivion, 5 saves. Active save and main save, some auto saves, and of course, the manual save, the City of Waters. Perfect. Well, that was a very long stream of Dwarf Fortress, histories of greed and determination. After 6.5 hours, 3 hours of setting things up in preamble, and 3 hours of actually playing, it's time for a short rest. But I will be back for year 3 of Umamnar, the Dark Oblivion.